is 10 o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and start the workshop. The first item that we have on the agenda is MIEA appointment, and we have Katie Peabody here from the Elder Division. So Katie, if you want to walk us through this, we'd appreciate it.
Sure, thanks for having me. I didn't realize I needed to request a closed session for this, being that we're discussing specific elders. Is that something that we're able to take into consideration for this session?
So are there any objections to going into close for this? This is to appoint someone to that body that gets to travel. So going once, going twice. So hearing no objection, we'll go into close for this discussion.
Thank you.
that we're currently on is elder subcommittees. So we previously passed a resolution that is going to obligate all of the meetings, all the subcommittee meetings to be open to the public unless those committees come forward and give us a good reason why they should remain closed to Zoom, being streamed, that kind of thing. So I'm assuming that some of your elder groups already had a discussion on this and they already have a stance, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So what kind of brought this back to a head, we had a tribal member reach out with an interest in serving on Unit 3's subcommittee. I'm sorry, let me go back and introduce the gentleman I have with me today. This is Del Powers from Unit 3 and Tom Tufnell from Unit 4, Manistee. So we had an elder reach out, way out of state, tribal member, interested in serving on one of the open positions on the Unit 3 subcommittee, and had other tribal members in her area support that with letters of recommendation. So I brought it to Dell's attention, and he shared with the group. They had a discussion.
Correct.
I'll let you take it from here.
Yes, we had a discussion about the Zoom meeting, and they're concerned about not having a way to bring additional people into the group. And Unit 3 discussed a proposal and had elected not to have our meeting Zoom to outside members. We feel that the money that would be spent on a project would be used to engage in ways to attract new members. The problem is trying to get new members into the group, having finances to do things and to make it available for other people in our area to come. Basically, our group at Unit 3 is the group that's at the Elder Center. And we'd like to expand a little more into the local area, so that we thought that if there was money available that was on the Zoom that could be used toward the unit itself. That's basically what we thought, that we'd like to have our unit be our unit, not go out to the different areas. Because if it goes out, what happens to that person? Are they going to come in volunteer to help? Are they going to be able to be to our meetings? That's what we thought that would be the best thing to do, was keep it local so that we could service our members better.
No, I don't disagree with you. Tom, do you have a differing opinion, or do you concur?
We voted on it too, and we decided that we don't want to Zoom either, because then that's going to take away from the privacy of our meetings. And we had a member that lived out of state that wanted to be on the board and Zoom. And then you're opening it up to the whole world, and I don't think that that's necessary. I mean, it's a waste of money. It's a waste of time, because sometimes the meetings are short, sometimes they're long, and then you're going into all this expense to set all the other units up with the Zoom, and that, I know Unit 2 said no. When I went to the Newberry meeting, they voted no on it. Manistee voted no. I don't know about Escanaba, because I haven't seen Ernie, but I know at the time when we discussed it at the advisory board, he was against it. And then Munising was against it, and I believe Marquette too. They're just getting set up in their new building, and they said they could use something else otherwise. But other than that, no, we voted it down, the majority of the units, so.
Aaron?
I want to clarify something, and I apologize if someone's led you to believe that the board was asking if you wanted to open your meetings up to Zoom. We haven't asked that question. That wasn't put in front of the board. What the board was
Aaron,
asking.
there's a point of information.
I think
Mike, you wanna go ahead?
there was a thing that said all the committees that report to the board there was I think
Can
it might have been a
finish my
reso.
comment? That's not a point of inquiry. So.
If you're saying that the board didn't direct, the board did direct, though. That is a point of inquiry.
No, actually, you're making a statement. You're not asking
Okay,
a
point of
question.
information then,
Okay.
Aaron.
So I want to apologize, because I feel some frustration on your part that you're being asked to open up meetings for Zoom. What the board had asked legal to draft up was to have a requirement for all committees to be open meetings. As far as I understand, the elder meetings are already conducted that way. So forget about the Zoom stuff entirely. That only came up, to my knowledge, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe there was a conversation when I wasn't present, but at the last board meeting, a board member brought it up in objection to opening the meetings up and reference to Zoom. So I think what we were looking for, and what legal was asked to draft up, was to open meetings, because not all meetings are open. And we know that, like, child welfare probably should not be an open meeting. Enrollment should not be an open meeting. So we wanted input from the elders on whether or not you wanted your meetings to be open. As far as I understand, and I've been to many of your meetings over the years, including not during election times, and they've always been open. There has been some conflict in some units with some people who were not elders that come to the meetings and want to be heard. That's been an issue ongoing. But as far as I understand, what we asked legal to draft was to have open meetings across committees. I think Rob had asked for that. Legal, if legal can tell us what they were requested to do, I don't think it had anything to do with the Zoom. But I respect your input about not having Zoom. It's confusing unless you have somebody there to manage it. It's very confusing to do. So I respect that. But I think the question was really about whether or not you wanted, and you guys would be able to accept having your meetings to be open, which I think you already do now.
Yeah, ours has always been open. We've never, and we're going to send a resolution into the board that we could lower our meetings from 60 down to 55, so we could get the younger people more involved. Because, let's face it, we're all, the ones that are on my board, you know, we're getting a little dusty around the edges, and they, yeah, so, I mean, in answer to your question, our meetings have always been open to the public. We don't, how do I want to put it? Politically correct is, but we don't hold it against anybody, their age, you know, I mean, we try 55 and up. Unless we have somebody that's a caregiver coming in with an elder, then we, you know, kind of look the other way over that, because we have one that she does come, but it's fine. It doesn't upset just a couple of them, so.
Okay, Ryan, could you clear up the,
Yeah, I think we're conflating there's two resolutions on the books. 2024-225, that was the resolution that directed all committees to update their bylaws, quote, to promote inclusiveness of all members. That directed, including the elder committee, advisory committee, and subcommittees, to allow membership for any tribal member regardless of where they reside. So I think that's where the Zoom options may be coming in.
have to
So
have
that
Zoom
was,
if you have a member downstate?
yeah, if you have a member downstate, how can they appear at the elder subcommittee if they don't have electronic option? So that was last year's reso. It's still in effect, and we're still working through the bylaws. Not everyone has presented them to the board yet. And then recently, 2025-230 directed adherence to the open meetings ordinance and allowed legal to work with the committees up to 45 days to see if those bylaws could be changed to allow open meeting ordinance compliance. It sounds like we're already there with the elder committee or close to it. Or to come to the board and say, we can't adhere to Chapter 96 for these reasons. So there's two resolutions at play, and we're mixing them and conflating the two issues.
Okay, so Aaron has a point of information.
So this is how it works, okay? It's a question, it's a legitimate question, it's not rhetorical. So currently, the parliamentary meeting rules outline which committees are subject to open meetings and following the parliamentary meeting rules. Are elders part of that now?
Let me look quick, Aaron. I don't know offhand, but I will pull it up. 1 second. I don't think they are, but let me look.
Look closer.
Chapter 14.
I just looked at it this morning.
Oh,
Yeah, we were talking about it this morning, but
which committees are exempt?
The only ones that are included as subordinate boards, Enterprise Authority, Building Authority, Utility Authority, Housing Commission, Conservation Commission, Committee, and the Gaming Authority.
Yeah. And then election commission is not in 14, but in chapter 10, they say they will follow 14.
Okay, Isaac,
I was just going to say there was 2 resolutions.
Please don't.
Yeah.
okay. Do you want to get back on the list, Aaron? You had your hand up? You good? Okay.
Appreciate that clarification, because I guess I didn't realize that.
Okay. So we know that the elder subcommittees are open to the public, and we're circling back to find out whether or not you guys are supportive of allowing members on your subcommittees to appear via Zoom from other locations. And right now, it's appearing that you guys aren't supportive because you want it more of a local body, correct?
Right.
Okay, so you guys, I'm not going to appoint anyone, you know what I mean, that's going to be appearing on Zoom then. You know, I don't know if we need to go back to resolution to amend it to exclude the elder subcommittees, but based on you guys' recommendations, you guys are elders, that's what I'm going to go with, okay?
Correct.
Okay, any more discussion on this, guys? Okay, Katie, anything else to cover?
You got anything else?
Katie, you got something? There you go. Good morning.
So included in the packet are the minutes that did show the vote. Are you looking for that to come from every subcommittee to,
I would expect every subcommittee to feel the same, but we should find out just to be sure.
Okay.
Because maybe there's a subcommittee that has a different opinion that doesn't mind if someone attends from out of the service area. But if that's their position, that's their position.
sure, they have, and I know, bylaws, each subcommittee has their own bylaws that can be updated. All of them have talked about it. It's a matter of getting it into the minutes to bring forward. So
Okay.
I'll just make sure we get that.
And which units have stated that they don't want to use Zoom?
So the Elder Advisory Committee voted no. Unit 2, Newberry. And then Unit 3.
Okay,
That's what I have now. Unit 5, Munising is sending me those minutes. So
Okay.
they're coming in.
okay, perfect.
Austin, I'm sorry, one more thing quick, can I? So that 2024 reso, if a subcommittee did vote to want to do it remotely, it does direct the committee to identify any resources, presumably that means financial resources as well, that they would need, and they're allowed to come to the board and say, you want us to open up? We agree, here's what we need, and here's how much it's going to cost to ask for you to approve whatever budget. I know they don't normally approve maybe budgets for the subcommittees, but that's also in that resolution too, that they're allowed to come to you and say, wait, well, you want us to do this, here's what we need, all the equipment, all the costs, et cetera, so.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you, I appreciate it. So the next item will be enclosed, and we're going to be on recess until we gather up staff. It's going to be talking about human resources, so we'll be on recess until we get staff, and that section is closed.
Thank you for having us.
Guys, we're going to be back in session here. The last item that we have for this evening is Election Commission Clear Ballot Implementation Update. We have General Counsel Ryan Mills from the Legal Department, along with several election commissioners. So whenever you guys are ready.
All right, I guess I'll kick us off. So what we're going to talk about today is you have in front of you, and we have in front of us the approximate cost of what it will take to mail this survey out as like a ballot, basically, through the Election Commission. The board, a month or two ago, asked us to sit down and see what it would cost and see if the Election Commission would be willing to administer that survey, paper survey. It sounds like, I don't want to speak for the commission, but we had a meeting, at their last meeting, I was there, and it sounds like they are willing to do this, and kind of we're going to treat it as like a test run for our new hardware and software, that they'll have more information for you in a second of when that will be up and running. And so we're gonna give you an overview of that today. We're gonna ask a couple things for direction. One is, if you're nailed down, there's two options I have for you that we'll go through for what the survey could look like, and then discussing whether we want to send out my full 6-page memo, whether we want to send out a 1-page simple form, which is currently up on the screen, and what the different costs will look like, and what department budget should cover the cost. Did I forget anything? Okay, so that's our roadmap for this discussion, and I'll turn it over to the commission right now just to give you an update on where we're at with getting Clear Ballot suite of software and hardware installed, and then that will give us an idea of when we can mail this out. So I'll pause and let them take over.
So we had a meeting on the 17th with Clear Ballot. They had a slight delay in their getting their servers, but it shouldn't delay us being able to do the survey in a timely manner. We are looking at having the software installed this week on the servers, them shipping it and us having it next week. Am I wrong, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then we are having a full day, scheduled a full day of training with us, the commission, IT, to do the training, which would be, the part of the training would be designing and mocking up the ballot for the survey. So the Clear Ballot company will be here to help us with that. And we're looking on mailing that out, if everything goes, the week of the 13th, 14th of October. That will give time to go to national, get it printed, get it mailed, and counting on the 14th of November. For that be about a month turnaround for people to return the ballots or the survey.
I'll add a little bit more.
And then Josh has.
And in talking to Clear Ballot, so they plan on being on site here on the tribe on October 7th to do that training with the Election Commission and the staff, helping set up all the new equipment, learning the software, designing the ballot. And since Clear Ballot is a national company, their only request for like the count night for the surveys was to have it after the national and state elections on the first Tuesday in November, since they're going to be spread thin across the nation helping conduct those elections. So that is where we discussed with them proposing the 14th of November for a count night.
Okay, so we have a hand up. Lana?
So, this question got brought up at our Newberry Elder meeting on the information that's going to be sent out with the survey asking about this change for the Constitution. And the way they described it to us is, and we didn't say one way or the other, try to steer them in any way, but they did say the more information that we get, clear and in layman's terms, the better, because Tom had asked us to speak on that, about how it's going to go. We said we haven't even seen it yet. We can't answer those questions, but we will take back to the board table that that you guys want layman's terms when it comes to asking them to vote on something big like this. So my thought's going to be the easier access information that we can give them in layman's terms, the better. If it's, because this is quite a big deal, you know. It's a really big deal. So I would probably go with the memo printed on the 3 double-side pages. And because the other one, nothing comes with it, just what would come with it? Nothing? A ballot?
So in option one,
Okay.
yeah, there would be no memo. We could get a quote for, I made like a 1-page, just a table of like simplified version of the pro-con list that's in the memo. And so there would be some kind of cost for it to add in another page, just 1-page print. But in this, as it's quoted here, it would just be the ballot, and the ballot would kind of look like a referendum ballot, right? It would say some little blurb at the top, and then it would have your survey and your 3 choices. You know, don't do nothing, do a 2-branch, or do a 3-branch,
Yeah.
basically, right?
Again, I think that any information that we can send with it is going to be good for them, because that's, I mean, there was 30 of them there that day, and they said, we want some guts to it when it gets there and gets to our house, so.
And Lana, I plan from our office, from the legal office, doing some preemptive posts to our Facebook and our website. I'd like to, my intent was, unless the board objects, I don't think you guys would, get the memo posted to our website sooner than the ballots go out. So there'll be at least 8 people that can access our website, and maybe our Facebook would be able to read the memo even before that October 13th, 14th mailer would go out. So we can include it, right, hard copy. We could also include it on our social medias and our website. And we also talked with the commission about having hard copies at like all the different community centers throughout our service area for people who want to like come look at a hard copy too. So we're trying to think of getting the word out in as many different avenues as we can.
In a perfect world, if we could figure out a presenter, and we're not in a perfect world, but a presenter to be not, one way or the other on it, should truly be, these are the pros, these are the cons, I'm not telling you how to do it, and to go to those elder meetings and just let them decide on their own, but, and I know that legal has done similar things in the past, I don't know if that's feasible, but again, the more information that we can get them, for them to make their decision in a non-biased way, because even I said that day, I'm not going to tell you how I'm voting on it, either at home or at the table at this point, but you guys have to do your own research, and I did say don't mirror like the federal government, though, in certain ways, because we're not, the federal government. So anyway, the more information we can get them in communication, the better, because if they open up a survey and it's a 1-pager and we're asking them to do something such as this, that's a big deal. It takes a lot to understand what we're doing. Knowledge is power for them.
And we did have a little blurb that ran in this paper. You guys probably saw that they're like a little placeholder saying we're gonna do a survey soon, and keep on the lookout for it. And it did say that the memo would be in that survey, or in that the memo would be included with the survey. So we already have a little blurb on the front page of this month's paper, and they plan on doing another one for the annual report. And then I'm hoping that by the end of this week, at least get a little blurb explaining what's going on, like a legal department notice to our website, so we can start getting the outreach, since it's, before we know it, going to be the date for mailing everything. So, and as far as going to elders meetings, I know former general counsel and I did that last year a little bit when we talked about when the elder advisory committee came and discussed what draft they preferred the board to work off of, which was the 2012 draft. We had gone to a couple of those meetings. They weren't the subcommittee, they were the elder advisory committee. But certainly we can see if there's some meetings that maybe I or Josh could attend. I tried to be as unbiased in this memo as possible, understanding there's always going to be a side eye. He's the general counsel, he works for the board, and he's going to maybe not be unbiased. This is as objective as we can make it, just trying to stick to the facts. And whether people like the facts or not, like these aren't all inclusive. When we say that in the memo, I hope people would go and do their own research too and draw their own conclusions and just use this as a springboard, but not take the legal department's memo as gospel, right? So,
Aaron?
So This morning, we met with the elders, and we were fawning over each other to try to say we accommodate what the elders want. The elders advised us to move forward on a 3-branch as recommended by the original committee, by the 2012 committee, and by themselves. I think it was Kim that had requested, or maybe motioned to stipulate that we do a review, either Kim, I don't remember one, but, and we did that. And they came back to us and they told us to do something. We're not doing that. So we don't always listen to the elders. But here's where we are, and I am grateful that we're doing this. So I do want to caution you, because you're new and you're young, no matter what you do, you're going to get the side eye, you're going to get looked at with a jaundiced view, because we've done referendums in the past. Schlehuber was the primary language person on those. They were always objective. They were not leaning one way or the other, but people are going to bitch about it. They're going to make accusations about it, that you're leaning one way or the other. So that's going to happen. We can't control that. But having said that, I think that for the most part, our people, anybody who's made it as far as 7th grade knows this stuff inside and out, right? And so I don't think it's going to be all that complicated for people to figure out what they're being asked to evaluate. Most people, I've already predicted the vote percentage is going to be 84% in favor of a 3-branch, because I think most people want the rights and protections that are afforded to them as U.S. Citizens to also apply if they're citizens of a tribe. They're not going to support a deficient, lesser government in the rights and protections in their Constitution than they will get, as a U.S. Citizen. So I'm pretty confident how that's all going to go. But I do think that any cover memo, any communication has to really be, the term in research is called parsimonious. It's as minimal as possible, no intonation. Like one example is when we've seen so far different analysis that it's the most efficient. When we talk about the most efficient with the 1 branch, it's true, but it's also runs roughshod over your rights and protections. So if efficiency is your priority, rights and protections are not. So I would be careful about certain terms, that it doesn't sound like you are weighing in on what's better or what's best. So I do think it's helpful to have a communication, a cover communication, but I think in the end, the pros and cons, let people decide on their own without being swayed. So, and I'm sure you'll do it that way. We did have somebody present before, when we did the land claims, when we first when we first submitted legislation on the land claims, the board was never part of the process. We were told after the fact. And then the chairman had a series of meetings in the communities that was well received by some people, but it wasn't received by most people. A year or two later, we did a survey. We did a national survey, and the person who did the community meetings was Angeline Bully. So she went face-to-face with communities. She was very objective. She got approval of the language she could use, and it was done that way so it didn't look like the board was trying to put their thumb on it. And then it so happens that the person that we used to do the review in 2012 with the Constitutional Committee members and the Elder Advisory Committee members was Angeline. So she did 6 months of review with people and basically just walked through the document and then took a consensus at the end of each section. So I don't know if we could afford her today, but I think having an independent review. But let me say this, though. If we're going to do it, that's how I would recommend we do it, but I don't think that's necessary. I think to imagine that people haven't been paying attention to this for the last 20 years and that they haven't formed an opinion on this for the last 20 years, I think is devoid of what they actually have done. They've been waiting for this, and so I don't know that we need all this big production to go back out and start all over again. I think that's going to frustrate people more than anything because they've been waiting for 20 years after the original recommendation, which was made without a single no vote, quote unquote. Thanks.
Bridget, then Lana, then Rob.
So I don't know if you guys discussed this when I was in DC or not, but So it sounds like we're on a timeline that we probably want to get this done before the 26th election, I'm guessing.
That's correct. We wouldn't want to be running our survey at the same time we're running our tribal elections. And so the goal was to have this done this fall. Otherwise, it'd be difficult to run it at the same time as our elections, and that would push it further out to next year to doing the survey. Yeah.
Which I totally understand. I guess what I was kind of hoping for was that we would do some kind of, and not, I really don't want to be involved, but like you as a representative or Josh or somebody to go out to each community and do a Q&A maybe with this kind of information, somebody that maybe doesn't have an opinion or is going to, politicize whatever's going to happen, but just so that when they have, maybe have some printouts of this and then people can just ask, the questions. But I don't know that if we're looking at October 7th or whatever, if we're going to be able to do that, but I was kind of hoping that we could, and if we're not, I would say the more information we can put out with the ballot, if it's, $15,000 more or whatever, I think that we should do that. But I was just hoping for a little bit more, and with the elder meetings, they're okay, but you also have a lot of voters that are working that, might come to a community meeting in each unit or something like that.
So I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
So when we did the last revisions of Chapter 10, we didn't hold meetings at every unit, but we did hold a meeting here. It was in the evening, and there was a Zoom option for people that weren't in Unit 1. We might have time to at least do something potentially like that between now and then, and people could log on. Or they also were able to submit. We posted Chapter 10, right, and they could submit email feedback. We could do something similar here, I guess, to try to answer people's questions before the survey goes out.
So when this survey is done, basically it's going to tell us whether people want a 1, 2, or 3 branch government.
Right.
Okay, so then after that, then the work starts on to how that is actually going to be made up, right? So for people to think this is going to be over in December, it's not going to be happening.
So
No, because
I want to clear this up. So this is just the survey that's going to inform us. You still have a secretarial election. The secretarial election is what's going to be binding. The survey is just, okay, this is how our membership feels.
Right, but with that survey, that's still going to say how many branches, but then is it all worked out on how it's going to be laid out, whether it's?
It's being worked
2
on
or
right now.
3?
So that resolution also directed legal to work on a draft of a 2-branch and a 3-branch. So I've been working on that in tandem with this. It's like 120 days from July 15th.
So are people going to be able to see those drafts too? Because if you're just going to vote on a survey without knowing what the
Not in time for the
kind
survey.
of consequences are going to be with how it's laid out in the 2 to 3, that's kind of, I don't know.
So this survey was intended to get feedback from as many members as we possibly could on whether, I guess, 1, they don't want any separation as an option. 2, what do they want a 2-branch with a legislative and a judicial branch, with how we would proposing structure, and then a 3-branch, which is, the full executive, judicial, and legislative. We were trying to keep it simple, not bog down the members with having to read through 2 full drafts of the Constitution. I think the information presented, in my opinion, and the information that over the years, different, the members have their own conclusions on what they think is best. I think they'd be well informed to decide in this survey ballot, I definitely want a 3-branch, or I definitely want a 2-branch. And so that was the purpose of this survey, as I understand the resolution that was passed at the Lansing meeting.
Okay, Lana, Rob, then Kim Gravel.
Yeah, and again, I'm not into predicting what the membership's going to do, because they can do anything. Tom Tufno, is that his last name?
Yes.
He directly asked us to bring back to the table for the discussion to put any qualifying information in that survey that we can. Not everybody has their mind made up, really. And not everybody is up to what actually we're doing. Maybe they're not on Facebook, maybe they're not. If they only get the paper, they only see that part of the tribe. So I think that's why I brought that up. I'm not gonna, he asked any qualifying information, and then they said the same thing. So that's why I brought it here.
Rob?
So I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what Aaron said because he gave the history there, but I'm kind of shocked that us even having this discussion still, just because I've heard some pretty crazy comments in the last few speakers saying that, people haven't decided or people don't know what this is. You guys, this has been around for 20 years. The Constitutional Convention Committee supported it in 2008 and voted to affirm it in 2012, and our elders most recently told us they would like to go with the 2012 draft. They sat right at our table and told us that. So this argument over 1, 2, 3 branch, I just want everyone to be very clear. The idea of the 2 branch, of supporting a 2 branch, came from this board table, not from our membership. Our membership has clearly told us over and over, whether you're talking about the elders, the Constitution Convention Committee, the committee, the community meetings that were conducted to finalize the draft, all of our members have consistently said they want a 3-branch government. So I find this to be an overstep by the board to be even going down this road. So I like Bridget's idea of hosting Q&As. And I know she said she didn't really want to be a part of it. Maybe it should come from legal. I'm going to do that. I think it's a great idea. And I'm going to do it within my unit. I'm going to host community events, and I'm probably going to go online a whole lot in the next couple months. And I will be promoting a 3-branch government because my job is to represent our members, and our members have spoken for 20 years. So I'm not going to go with this shy way, this meek way of going about this and saying, well, we're starting this survey and we're going to see how our membership feels. My stance is going to be our members have spoken and I'm here to talk for them because that's what I was elected to do. So I'm going to host community events, and it is going to be from the stance that we need a 3-branch government because I'm going to stand by the members who have supported that for the last 20 years.
Kim Gravel?
Okay, well, if we're here to represent our members, then we should be the ones deciding if it's a 2 or a 3 branch. We all talk to our membership, meetings have been held, and we were almost there at one point, and then the survey come out. And it sounds like we all know what the membership wants. I'm supporting a 2 branch, since everyone else is saying what they're doing. But once this all gets said and done and it leaves our hands and goes to the BIA, it's going to be a back and forth. It's going to come back to Ryan for suggestions. It's going to go back. It's going to come back. It doesn't happen like that when it goes to the BIA because they review it. They make recommendations. It goes back. So once it gets there, you're probably looking at 6 months before the actual it's not going to be the ballots that go out. It'll be then the voter registration. You have to register to vote, and then the ballots go out after that, after you get back the voter registrations, which is another couple of months. So you're not looking at something that's going to happen in the next 6 months. It's probably going to be 18 months. So our elections will probably be over next year before this happens, so. I've worked on enough secretarial elections to know the timelines don't happen right away, and the BIA only has 5 employees left there. When I worked there was 29, and we had a lot of help, so.
Bridget?
Well, I just want to say that I think Lynn is absolutely right as far as, I know we had discussions this morning about the mailings of the newspaper being like 7,000 or whatever that is. I know some of the, Facebook groups, you might have 50 people that are constantly commenting on things. So when people say, well, I know what the membership wants, what is the what are we at? 25, 30,000 that can vote, and we know when it comes to our elections, what is there, 5,000, 6,000 people that are actually voting. So I think it's really hard to say what the membership wants, because which members are you listening to? Even if 7,000 people got the newspaper, how many of them read it? So I think that we need to, I do like the community meetings. The reason I said not wanting, and maybe I would go, but I don't want to be the one, basically bullying people, I guess, or whatever, into whatever I might believe. That's what I don't want to see happen with it, I guess, that people should be able to come in the room and ask the questions without, being kind of bullied into what they should believe or whatnot. That's why I said I might not want to. And like I said, I maybe could just sit there and listen to what it's going to be. But if somebody asks my opinion, yeah, I might tell them how I feel one way or another. But I just think sometimes we might be gauging what we think the members want, and I don't know that we know the facts of that.
Aaron.
So, all right, I'm going to try to be really careful how I say this. We, at this table, have a bias, and it's towards what we would prefer to continue. Depicting a one branch as the most efficient is misleading, because it sounds like everything's just like perfect. It's all wonderful. But unless you are in a situation where you needed the rights and protections and due process, a one branch is deficient, because you are not fully a citizen. You don't fully have the rights and protections that citizens have. This idea that we're bullying people one way or the other, I think that we're bullying people by not honoring what in 2005 the board voted to create a process, to create a constitutional convention committee that was made up of a cross-section and representation of tribal members, several of which who I would have never put on there because of their, because of the way that they think or whatever. I would have never put them on, but it wasn't my choice. The board brought nominees, individuals could self-nominate, and we had a broad cross-section of the citizens that worked on this document. They spent 2 years of their lives and $600,000 of our funds to come up with a draft document. And I'm offended as a tribal citizen that we let this sit since 2007. When there was, I know we've heard several people who said I was there, I was on the committee, and I didn't agree with, but Mr. Cosley's cover letter to the chairman's office that the board all saw back then, there was not a single no vote to move forward on a 3-branch separation of powers. So in 2012, because that sat from 2007 to 2012, it sat without any effort at all. And so people were saying in the 2012 election, why are you guys sitting on that draft document? You said that you would put this out to a vote of the people. Why did we spend $600,000 and 2 years of people's lives to draft up a document that was created by a cross-section and representation from our citizens? We even had 2 people from outside of the service area, and only 2, so we can't say that they overstacked the deck or they had undue influence on the remaining members. What was there, 30 committee members or something? So we've been sitting on this for generations. And to imagine that the members haven't paid attention to this or that it's not important to the members, this is probably the most important issue for the members. They've expressed that year after year after year. If we're blind to that fact and we're not willing to consider that, that's because of our own biases at this table. So I appreciate that we're finally at the juncture where we're going to ask the people what they want to vote on. And it's not magic, it's not prognostication or prediction. It's the people have been waiting for this for 20 years. There was a recommendation in 2007 put forward in front of the Board of Directors. It was at the St. Ignace meeting, a cover memo from the chair of the committee, not one single no vote. And then we did nothing. 2012, we reconvened. The committee members that were willing to meet, several were like, I'm not meeting because we already told you what to do. Why are you doing this? But several did meet, and the Elder Advisory Committee was, because then, we want to listen to the elders, we respect the elders, we want to hear what the elders have to say. So we brought the elders in, and guess what happened? The exact same document was endorsed by that group of tribal citizens. I think there was probably 30 people that were consistently involved in that process. So then 2 years ago, I wasn't even on the board, so it became a campaign issue or whatever, I guess. And then somebody said, well, let's listen to the elders. We respect our elders, let's hear what the elders have to say. So the board voted to have the Elder Advisory Board take a review. I think they took 6 months or whatever. Legal met with them several times, and they voted, and they came back with the same thing. The fact that we aren't listening to the members, not once, not twice, but 3 times consistently, not heeding the advice of the elders. So I do appreciate the fact that the board's taken a risk and they're voting to let the people weigh in on it, and it'll go how it will go, and hopefully we won't try to trip it up afterwards. But once we know what the preference is, then that recommendation needs to go to the BIA. Kim, you're right, we can't control the process once it leaves our hands. But the other thing is that the reason why the Michigan agency did it is because there was staffing to do it. That doesn't mean the Michigan agency is going to be assigned to do it. It's up to the discretion whether it even gets scheduled. That's another thing. I'm not confident that it's even going to get scheduled. But I do think that we need to take the step to follow through on what we said in 2005, in 2012, what the elders advised us to do to move forward. So I'm grateful that we're here.
Bridget?
Well, I was just going to say, can we just focus on the survey and what questions you guys need us to answer so we can move on? I feel like every time we talk about the Constitution, there's like a history lesson every time. So can we just do that?
So I'm going to say something. So they need some direction. They need some direction regarding what they're going to mail out to the membership, whether or not they're going to give the synopsis with the ballots or the 8-page legal memo. So at this point, I don't care. So I'm in the camp of Aaron and Rob. Everyone has their minds made up. And this is an important enough topic for people to have their minds made up that every single election we have candidates place it on their platform. I mean, this ends up on literally everyone's mailers. So no one has ever proposed in any of the bodies that we've sent this topic off to for a 2-branch. So we initially did it with a Constitutional Committee, spent a couple years on it, spent a lot of money. They recommended a 3-branch. So fast forward quite a few years later, nothing gets done with it. The Elder Advisory comes forward and say, hey, implement the changes that the Constitutional Committee raised, right? So we've got the Elder Advisory Committee, which is the chairs of every elder group in our 7-county service area, supporting 3. You got the Constitutional Committee supporting 3. No one's ever proposed 2 except this body right here, right, for what it's worth. I don't care what you send out with them. It's going to cost more money to send out the memo, but we know what the outcome is going to be. It's going to be the same outcome that the Constitutional Committee and the Elder Advisory Committee came up with, and the only group that's standing in the way is us right now. So if you want to send out the entire memo, that's totally fine. You can also publish it on the tribal website to make it cheaper to mail. As far as having town halls, board members can do that on their own. Aaron does the Unit 1 meetings every single month, but as far as having staff do that, you're in the 11th hour, and we should have proposed doing that when we initiated this and obligated, that this was going to take place. We're talking about getting something sent out this fall, now it's fall, and now we're adding all these caveats that need to be done before it gets sent out, and that's not fair. People know what it's like to live in a 3-branch government. We live in one right now. We live in one, and no one would ever propose, let's chop off the Supreme Court, or let's chop off Congress, or let's chop off the presidency. You know what I mean? I wouldn't expect anyone to do that. They know what these branches of government are. Let's not stupefy our membership. They know what this stuff is. So if you guys want to send it out, I don't care. We have to provide them with some direction before we leave here today, though. So, Lana?
Well, I feel like there's some kind of false narrative here being orchestrated. I don't know any of my fellow directors that want it to stay the same with a one-branch government. Anybody. I don't want a one-branch government. It clearly doesn't work. I want members to have a standing in court. I want changes as well. I brought, when you bring something to this table and it gets twisted in a way that is not the actual way, call up Tom, call up the elders that were there. They want the information because not everybody understands. I don't think I'm trying to stupefy or anything like that. The more information we give out in a survey, if the staff can't go there, that's fine. If I want to have a town hall meeting or Rob wants to have one, that's absolutely fine too. The more information we can get the members, because Bridget's absolutely right. There's more than the handful of people that we reach. We have, how many voting members? 25,000, 30?
39.
39,200 as of November of this year when this would be
200. There's a lot of people out
That's how many
there. There's a
voting
lot of resources. There's a lot of different perspectives. So, so we'll see when it comes back. And Kim, this is something that Kim Gravel said, I'm ready to vote on that. I was elected to make a decision. I can make a decision whether it's a 2-branch or a 3-branch. I'm willing to do that. This survey wasn't my idea. We're here, we're moving forward with it. But the more information we can get them, asking them to advise us, if that's the route we're going, get it out there and get it in the big picture, what it really is, so, and what we're really trying to do. I'm not for keeping it status quo. I'm not for keeping it the way it is right now, because that clearly doesn't work, and I don't have to campaign and put it in my platform or anything like that. I lived through all of those, and I've always had the same stance on it. Yes, we need a change. I'm sitting here today because we haven't had a change, but I'm also sitting here today ready to prepare to say a 2 or 3 branch. Because I know what I would do. I know what I would do here. I know what I'm going to do on that survey. We do need a change. And the longer we prolong it, Kim's right, I don't think it's really ever going to, we're not going to see it. We're not going to see when I'm here sitting at this table. I know that. Because it's going to take too much time. What we should go back to is say, all right, make the board vote on it, whether it's 2 or 3. I'm prepared to do that. I was elected to do that, so let's do it. And then we don't have to do the survey, we don't have to spend the money, and then we can move on with all those other steps that we need. Anybody willing to do that with me?
So I'll respond to that. So,
Well, actually, I'm asking my fellow board members.
well, I am a fellow board member.
You're not the be-all end of the day, though, Austin.
You're right, but at the end of the day, no one proposed a 2-branch. That's the issue. No one ever did. So the Elder Advisory Committee within the last 12 months came forward and said, implement what the Constitutional Committee created.
How did we get here?
Hold on a second. We got here because
Don't agree with the work that was
we
I'm
got
tired of you guys interrupting me when I got the floor.
we got here because everyone sat on it for how many years, right? We got here because everyone sat on it, and then the Elder Advisory Committee came forward and said, wait a second, what about that document that you guys spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on? That's how we got here. So no one has ever proposed a 2-branch government. And I'll tell you what, so the elders made their position, the Constitutional Committee made their position, and when the survey gets returned, our membership will make their position as well. And I'm prepared to support it, whatever it is. And I hope that you guys would be as well. Aaron.
So, all right. So Lana, one thing we do agree on is it's total idiocy at this point to think that we can continue with a 1-branch government. So why are we even asking that question in the survey? We shouldn't be. It's either a 2-branch or 3-branch. So that's one thing. I don't like the idea of now cutting our legs out from under us and getting rid of the option, because I think the vast majority of our members, and I looked at everybody's platform. I don't think I've ever seen anything on you proposing a 2 or 3-branch or anything like that. You have always consistently said that you don't support a wholesale rewrite, but that you support amendments. Right, okay, and that's what we're doing right now. Because we're not doing all of it, because we're not doing everything the committee recommended. There's a whole bunch of things that are getting left out because both Rob and I brought forward, because nothing was happening, that let's do something, let's do the amendments, let's start out, let's get something done, okay? So all that other stuff that the committee came up with is not even being considered. We're not even talking about that. And also, I don't think I've ever seen anything in Bridget's platforms ever, but I think everybody else has and consistently campaigned on a separation of powers. Some have stopped short by clarifying what that actually means, but here's the thing, is there's something really disingenuine with making a promise to the people for 20 years. Not everybody's been involved in this for 20 years. And not respecting the work. When we created the Constitutional Convention Committee, that was our best effort to try to figure out what the citizens of the tribe would like, what they wanted to see going forward. And there was a broad cross-section of people. They did the work, they brought it back, and the people who were seated at the board at the time and subsequently didn't like the results. So in a very paternalistic way, we have denied the people the right to vote on what we said we were going to do. We said we were going to let the people, if you go back and read the resolution that created the Constitutional Convention Committee, it was intended to be automatic, that once the committee finished their work, that we weren't going to play any games, we weren't going to try to carve out some kind of a separate, quasi-fake government approach and modify it, because the committee was very careful. In fact, Mr. Cosley's very words were for us not to screw it up. If you read that letter, it's going to be published in my next issue of the tribal paper. I'm publishing the letter that he sent me when I was chair, as the chairman, recommending, well, at this table, people are pushing for a 2-branch, and nobody's ever even proposed that.
I have a point of
Nobody's
information
reviewed
for
it.
you, Aaron. So the survey questions have more or less been laid out, but in your opinion, wouldn't it have been more appropriate to just simply ask the membership, do you support a 3-branch government, which was proposed by our constitutional committee, rather than 1 branch, 2, which is what the board's asking for, or 3?
Yeah, the fact, I had to basically, it's called sacrifice, because I knew we would never get there. We would never get there. This board would never vote to move forward on a 3-branch, so the best that we could come up with would be to do a poll, and I'm confident in how that poll is going to go, so I was able easily to vote for that. But the fact that we're proposing a 2-branch, when the committee, the Constitution Committee, didn't talk about preparing a 2-branch, well, I think they did at one point, but the committee as a whole, there might be some people that were quietly resisting and didn't speak up, but the result was that effort of 2 years at $600,000 was to come up with the 3-branch. They rejected the notion of continuing status quo. They rejected the notion of a 2-branch separation of powers. They came up with a 3-branch separation of powers. That's why they recommended it. And people after the fact that were on that committee can say otherwise, but they certainly didn't make their vote known. Maybe they didn't show up for that meeting. I was thinking maybe some people didn't show up out of protest because they wouldn't support it. But the bottom line is we have known for 20 years, 20-some years, of what the people want. Yes, we are representative democracy, so you can listen to the people, or you can think that you know better than the people of what they need or want. But what the people told us through that process was they wanted a chance to vote on a 3-branch separation of powers. And to me, okay, but to me, it's rude, it's inconsiderate, and it's ignorant to the will of the people that we're even talking about a 2-branch separation of powers, because that's not what ever came forward. That's not what anybody's ever proposed other than at this table. And I will suppose the reason is because there's some concern about whether or not the chairperson will have an independent authority to operate the tribe, whether it's me or whether it's you or anybody else. And what will continue, if the board is not separate from the chairperson of the tribe and the administration, is we will continue down a path of micromanagement and have a environment where our executives are, I don't know, whatever happened to the survey, the executive survey, because every little detail ends up being a board issue, and we're talking about whether we're prosecuting people or not, whether investigations happening or not, whether board members can sit on appeal committees to decide whether to terminate somebody or not, and then to browbeat staff when staff brings their best recommendations.
Orders of the day.
That's why we need a separation of powers. And so my bottom line is this. we know what the people want. We can pretend like we're proposing something brand new right now, but that's not what the people have ever asked for. You hit the nail on the head. Nobody's asking for a two-branch separation of powers. That came from this table. It was created and gave birth at this table. Nobody's come to community meetings.
You guys, everyone has had their turn to talk. Let them finish. I know, listen.
I raised
hear
my
pe-
hand just like everybody
Kim, I
else.
hear people say the most nonsense stuff from this table, stuff that we cover week in, week out. I still listen to it. Just let them finish.
Right, and you don't have to agree with me. I believe, and you're going to see what the people want, and when we get the right to do it. I'm just begging you that let's not play a game, and now let's back away from letting people decide if it's we made a major threshold by inviting the people to have a say. And now let's not back away from that. And I'm confident how it's going to go. I feel really good about that. So let's not try to propose that we're not going to do the survey now. The only caution that I had at the beginning was to caution the legal, because no matter what you do, it's not going to be right. Okay, so I'll tell you right up the front. And to be as minimal as possible in any kind of memo explanation, because every time that Schlehuber did it, he was blamed, not only by the people, but the way it works is the people will start bitching about it, then they bring it to
Aaron, no
board
more swearing.
members. Or the people will start complaining about it, then they'll get to their board members, then their board members will bring it to the table. And I can remember Schlehuber advising the board to do a memo, and then after the fact, board members very critical of Schlehuber for doing it not the way that they wanted. And they were very critical of him, saying, you put your thumb on the scale, accusing him of trying to sway the outcome, which he did not do. So I was just cautioning that less is more. People are not stupid. People have lived in a three-branch government separation of powers their whole lives. They know what they want, and they're going to tell us. So let's let them. Let's stop standing in the way and let the people tell us what they want.
Okay, so this is the current speaker list. Rob, Mike, Lana. So I got it off my chest. It's out of my system. Okay, I'll call on you too. I'm not putting my hand up again. At the end of this, they need direction. So it's off my chest. So I ask that after we're concluded with the speaker list, we do a poll and figure out what we need.
Can we ask them what the direction that they need is so we know, so people know where?
We've already gone through it. It's to send the concise.
For Ryan to ask.
Okay,
for what-
Ryan, can you say what I'm about to say? The 8-pager or the concise 1-page print off? Because apparently it's an issue if I say it.
Because you need to talk for everybody else. It's time for you
It's
to talk
already,
once in a while.
Kim, it's already been stated.
It's okay, we all have ears and Ryan has them all.
Well, you've been on Zoom most of the day, so I'm not sure if it's something that you missed, but you need to calm down. Okay, go ahead, Ryan, explain it again.
So I'm going to jump in. So what we're looking for is what exactly do you want on the survey? 1, 2, 3, 2 and 3, how you want the question proposed. We want the memo, no memo, condensed version or not a condensed version if you want the memo. Also, we also would like to maybe put a QR code and a website, my suggestion is do a consent memo, save us some money, put the website link to the full memo and a QR code if you guys are willing. However, that's the directions I think we need. If anybody thinks we need something else, please jump in.
So in a nutshell, you send them the whole packet or you send them something concise.
So
So,
Correct.
The way that she just explained it, we're not talking about revisiting whether or not we're going to put the options out. Because you just said, are we putting out 1, 2, or 3? That's not even under consideration.
Well, I lost a little train of thought in that, so.
So in August, I presented this memo that is on my screen. It's substantially the same as what I presented in August, except I added, per the majority board's request, just little blurbs at the top of each 1, 2, or 3 branch, just like a little blurb that explains what people know what it is, but just explains what a 3-branch, 2-branch, or 1-branch government is, and it explains briefly the checks and balances in each version. 1 branch, no check, 2 branch, 2 checks, 3 branch, 3 checks. And then at the bottom of the memo, option 1 here, this is what we talked about in August as a simple language for the survey. 1, I don't want separation of powers into the Constitution. 2, I prefer a 2-branch. 3, I prefer a 3-branch. In August, we had a much similar discussion of what you guys are having now, and there was a bunch of things thrown out on different options. I'm not recommending this, but this option 2 is what resulted from our August meeting. People talked about adding Mackinac Band into the survey. People talked about adding a traditional Anishinaabe name to the Sioux tribe in the survey. And so then this option 2 is encompassing that. I think this is just too much. This is not as I view the intent of the survey. So my recommendation is to continue on with what we talked about in August for the survey. In deciding whether you want to change the Sioux Tribe Constitution, what answer best describes your wishes for a separation of powers? 1, I do not want a separation of powers built into the tribal constitution. 2, I prefer a 2-branch government with separate legislative branch and independent judicial branch. 3, I prefer a 3-branch government with a separate executive branch, legislative branch, and independent judicial branch. So I need to know if we're going to send this option 1 question. We tentatively had agreement in August. It sounds like maybe some of you want to change it now, but if we're going to send this language in the survey, and if we're going to send my full 6-page memo along with the survey, or do a QR code like the Election Commission suggested.
Okay. So I asked that we work through this list and then that we provide them the direction that they need. So this is the list that I have, and correct me if I'm wrong if I missed you guys. So I have Rob, I have Mike, I have Lana, then I have Kim Gravel. Did I miss anybody? Okay, so it seems like we all, for the most part, got it off our chest, so let's get through this list and then we'll provide some direction. So go ahead, Rob.
Okay, I'm going to keep it brief. I just want to contest a couple ideas that were thrown out there. One is that the idea that we were elected to make these decisions. No, we were not. No governmental body operating under oligarchy, which is a 1-branch government, should determine the structure of government. That makes no sense at all. We are elected to operate within a structure that should always be chosen by our membership. So we've already went through what has conspired the last 20 years to get to where we are, and never once have I seen, even in a chat on social media, members saying we want a 2-branch. It's always, what are you guys doing? This is already done with. We've already done this. It's 3-branch across the board. But I just want to really, really caution board members to not believe that you were elected to form the structure of government that your people is to operate on while you're already operating in an oligarchy. We are operating in a 1-branch government. So to assume the role instead of a representative of our tribe as a dictator, which is exactly what you are if you believe that you were elected to make those decisions, that's exactly what it is. It's a dictatorship. So we have elections for a reason, and the reason is because sometimes our members might not like how you represented them. So if we were intended to be an oligarchy, we wouldn't even have elections. But we should not sit on this high perch after winning an election and do the exact opposite of what our members have told us to do for the last 20 years. That makes no sense, and I really hope anyone who does that loses their election. Other than that, I think that going down this road seems to be the only way that the majority of the board has chosen that they're going to allow it. So I guess that's where we are. As far as the direction we're going in. But yeah, my main caution is not to believe that our job is to form the structure of government. Our job is to operate in the structure of government that's chosen by our people.
Mike.
Well, I'm going to say that people did choose us to do some of the structure because of, as it's been pointed out several times here, many of us ran on separation of powers. Not a lot of us ran on, hey, we want to vote what the 2005 Constitutional Committee voted on. No, we want a separation of power. And if we coming together trying to figure out how to do that aren't beholden to a document. I'm glad Aaron brought up the Constitutional Amendment Committee because it's Constitution Committee, but the Reso does say Constitutional Amendment Project, and that's what they were entitled, that's what they were directed to do. They were directed to go get amendments for us. And you can say what you want because there's a lot of history that's being thrown out here, but there's two sides of every story, and the stories that I heard was those lawyers hijacked that committee, and they turned it into something that it wasn't supposed to be. And I want to also be clear, we are not voting on the Constitutional Committee recommendations reform. We're voting on separation of power, and to take parts of that document out and say this is what the people wanted is an incorrect statement. It's part of what that committee wanted. And so what the people want, what membership wants, they want a separation of power. They want protections from us. That's what they want. They want protections from a runaway board. They want protections that if they want to be able to stand in court and have a separation of court and a separation from us. And so all this other talk about the histories and all this and all that, we're not voting on it. The people aren't going to be voting on it. They're going to be voting on one segment of it. And the big question is going to be is whether you want 3 versus 2. We're back here arguing again about the semantics of all of it, but at the end of the day, all we're supposed to be voting on right now is, hey, do you want to include the memo concisely, or do you want to include a big 6-pager? And it turned into this, because we're campaigning on how we want to see the outcome. And we all have opportunity to do it. We're doing it here, I guess. And I expect every single time this conversation to come up, we're going to campaign on it. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I did think that we're not voting on what they voted, the Constitution Committee did. That wasn't even what they were tasked to do. So there are two sides to every story. And you will hear from the membership. And Aaron might be absolutely correct on his percentages. But I do think it's because most people know what a 3 is. But I also think we're seeing a time in our government right now that 3 isn't necessarily working out so great. So to follow that and say, hey, we want to do exactly what the United States government is doing on everything, we're not the United States government. We're a tribe. And the biggest protections our members need is from us. And that can be done with a 2-branch separation of power, having a separate judicial body. And I'll leave it at that, because and I guess I'm saying is, I like the concise, but I'm okay with either. I would have either go out. The concise is probably easiest and cheapest, and it allows people to go get information elsewhere, but I'd include it as well. Yield.
Lana, then Kim, and Aaron.
Yeah, I just agree with everything Mike said. I really do. I, again, think that, we do need a change, and this is a way to it. I am prepared. I'm the least dictating person there is, and everybody knows that. I am prepared to vote to go with a 2 or with a 3 and move forward and get that on the table at the BIA and get us moving. I said that I don't think I'm going to see it as I'm seated here, because I think it's going to take too long. So the quicker we can get it, the better, and I'm prepared to make that decision. But if the board wants to send out a survey to ask, that's good too. So I will say there's nobody at this board table that halted up this amendment, the committee's amendments anymore. So all that history is wickedly in the past, because you and I, Aaron, were the only ones here, and I voted to send it out each and every time it came to the table, and you were always for it as well. So this existing board and body and the executives that are here had nothing to do with it. So now we move on and we get past it and we find out if we're going to do a 2 or do a 3. Knowledge is power, though, because there is pros and cons. With a 2, there's pros and cons. With a 3, there's pros and cons. And Kim, someone said it earlier, people can change their minds on what they think the branch or a form of government should be. Mike said it good. Do we agree with what's going on at the federal level now? We're not the federal level. We're not the federal government. We are a tribe. And we do hear, some of us do talk to other tribes and have those connections, like our staff do as well, and we know what's working in Indian country and what's not. So those are the conversations I have with people too. So nobody is to blame that didn't get moved on, because nobody's here, nobody's left here at this table anymore. So I will also say that when we do send this survey out, that we're at that path, that the more information is, again, as Tom had asked at that meeting of the elders, and everybody agreed there, the more information, the better. So that's where I'll stick to, but if it's concise and it's a one-pager and, you know, it is what it is, as long as it's going out. But I passed on the information I was asked to, and I feel comfortable with that. Is this open, or are we closed?
We've been open
Oh,
since
okay,
3
that's
o'clock.
good. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've been open since 3.
I just never know. Okay, thanks.
Go ahead, Kim, and then Aaron.
Okay, I apologize for interrupting you, Aaron. Also, I was being facetious when I said we're put at this table to make decisions, because I hear it at every meeting that we get accused of not doing our jobs while we're sitting here. That's why I said it. And then, I was on that constitutional committee for 2 years. And I have changed my mind since then, and I will bet if you talk to the people that were on there with me, they may have changed their minds also. And that's why I said, people are allowed to change their minds. And then someone said we're working on a one-branch government. What branch are we working on right now? Legislative, that's it? Someone said we're on a one-branch government. That's how we're working right now.
We are one branch government. You are the legislature, you are the executive branch, you control the judicial branch. Like, the buck stops with the board. We're a one branch government right now.
Okay, so, I do believe in a separation of powers, but like I said before, I believe in a two-branch, and that's where it came from. It was me who said it, and I will admit it. I was the one who said it here, and then I thought people were starting to have a discussion about it, and then we ended up with the survey, which, that goes out, I'm fine, it comes back, I will, you know, have to wait and see.
Okay, Aaron, then let's give him some direction,
I
guys.
appreciate, Kim, you offering that apology for just interrupting, but that, we're doing that a lot, but, so I appreciate that. The best way this would have been is if we could have had intellectual conversations about the implications of a 2 branches or a 3 branch. That dialogue has never happened at this table either. People have had their minds made up all along. I'm concerned that our executive branch is not able to operate independent of a legislative branch, and every single decision has to be fly-specced and has to get approval, you know, by a group of lay professionals who, you know, we hire people into executive positions that have qualifications that mostly we don't have at this table. And we second-guess the decisions. We send mixed messages all the time to our administration about how to operate, and that is no way to operate a government, because that's arbitrary and capricious, and it's based on the whims of how we feel at any particular time. And that's not an indictment on individual board members, because individual board members, some do have qualifications for certain roles and responsibilities, but we hire an administration because they are qualified to do the job. We've heard comments about how this is not our way. I haven't heard it lately from the board table, but that this is the white way, the white government, the American government. The origination of the separation of powers came from the Iroquois Confederacy Great Law of Peace. We heard a big diatribe at a previous meeting that we were at war with the Iroquois. That might be true, but we also follow the Algonquin. We are Algonquin, so we need to know our own history. The Anishinaabe are Algonquin. We followed the Iroquois Confederacy Great Law of Peace and the separation of powers. We did not allow a concentration of powers in one branch of government that was unchecked. That's not indigenous. It's as foreign as possible. That is the corporate America way. It's not an Indian way. We've heard many times over the years that our people want us to be a tribe and not a corporation or a business. I also want to say that, and I'm almost done, I also want to say that, you know, this notion that we are a representative democracy in the way that we're elected. We are elected and entrusted to make the decisions on behalf of the people, to weigh all the pros and cons and look at budgets and all of that. That is the role of the legislature. That's what you do. But when our people formed our government, when our founders, and I remember when this happened because it happened in the basement of St. Isaac Jogues Church, they voted on a constitution. They included a provision that is vested with the people to amend their constitution. There is a provision in our constitution that supersedes and is more powerful than any individual board member opinion or even a collective, a faction of the board that might want to hold back and not proceed. There's a provision for the people in the Constitution for an amendment to our Constitution. It is not a foreign concept. It's not an offensive concept. It's exactly what was embedded by the people that voted on our Constitution so that we could amend the Constitution as time goes on. Constitutions are not intended to be forever in stone and not evolve with society. The United States Constitution has lots of amendments that have happened over the years. So the part that I find the most offensive is that we have not allowed the people to make this choice. That's the biggest problem. And it's so offensive to me that we want to interpret that a majority aren't asking for it, or they don't want it, or they're going to want this versus that. But we're making that decision before we're even giving them the chance to express what they want. So that's why I think we made a major threshold on July 15th this year by putting out that we're going to let the people decide. So let's let the people decide from this point forward. My opinion on the final and your request is less is more. Put as less as possible in it so that it's not going to turn into a big bunch of complaints that legal is trying to, the board's directing legal to try to manipulate the outcome, because that is exactly what's going to happen. Talk to Schlehuber. Every time we had a referendum, that's exactly what happened. And like I said, even though Schlehuber brought it before the board ahead of time, had their consent, he was on the hot seat after people start complaining about it. So, and he got the ire for it, and it wasn't his fault because the board said, oh yeah, that looks fine. Sure, go ahead, that looks fine. So I think less is more, but I'm not going to trip it up. If we want to do a big treatise and send that out along with it, I know in 2007, people thought people said at this table, nobody here today, that our people weren't smart enough to vote on the inland consent decree referendum. And guess what? People thought that was going to fail too. And you know what? We had 78%, maybe 74% of the people ratified that agreement. So people didn't think they were smart enough to vote on it. That was said at this table, nobody here. But our people are smart enough, and they know what they want, and they're going to tell you very clearly when they get a chance to vote.
Yeah, Bridget.
I just want to say I want to go with option 2. Just because this is going to be the only document that's actually going to go to their house for sure, that they'll have all the information. It's not going to be that they get the newspaper. It's not going to be that they look at our social media, our website, so this is the only way to say they got all the information delivered to their door before they make the vote. So that's why I want option 2.
All right, guys, let's do some polls. So we need to give you guys some directions in regards to what you guys are mailing with the poll. So I can't read that up there. So what is option 1?
So this is just the language of the survey first.
So this is the original survey language that we workshopped in August. These are the 3 options that were workshopped in August.
So are we asking whether or not these questions are okay to send out in a poll?
Right, if we could do a poll on whether the majority want to send this language as drafted.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? We've exhausted it, I think. We gotta get to work now. Okay, so just signify by yes, these questions are good. No, they're not. If the majority feel that they're not good enough, then we'll workshop them, I guess. I don't know. So poll on that first.
Okay,
Is it in there, the whole document, or are we just talking?
we're just doing just the questions on the survey.
The first poll is just, could you read off the questions?
Yeah, so the first poll is if we're going to get the majority to approve sending this as the survey language. In deciding whether you want to change the Sioux Tribe Constitution, what answer best describes your wishes for a separation of powers? 1, I do not want a separation of powers built into the tribe's constitution. 2, I prefer a 2-branch government with a separate legislative branch and independent judicial branch. 3, I prefer a 3-branch government with a separate executive branch, legislative branch, and independent judicial branch.
So we're just voting on those questions, whether or not those questions are good enough to send out, period. That's all we're voting on first.
When we voted on the 15th for him to come up after that exact language.
Yep.
Yes.
So let's do a poll. Yes, if you like them. No, let's rework them.
Okay, Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean. He was on there earlier. Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac. He was. Yes. Thank you. Rob,
No.
Lana,
Yes.
3, 4, 5.
Okay, so you have
Yep.
support to send out this survey with those exact questions. So next area of direction, Ryan?
Whether we want to send the entire, it will be 5-page memo that I've drafted and that we workshopped in August as well. Yeah, whether you want this to send a full 5-page memo or whether you want a condensed version to go with the survey. So yeah, on option 1 for a total of around $22,220, it's a survey, no memo. Option 2 is survey with memo at just shy of $37,000 cost.
So would option 1 still be with like a concise pros and cons sheet?
We'd have to get another quote. It'd probably be another about $6,000 on top of this, around $27,000.
Let's pull it like this then. So that's an option that we haven't had yet. So option 1 would be just send out the survey, nothing at all. Option 2 would be send out the survey with the concise form of these are the pros, these are the cons. Option 3 would be send out the survey with a full legal memo. Does
Yes,
that work?
That works.
Okay, does anyone have any questions about those? So 1 is just a survey, 2 is the survey in a concise form, pros and cons. 3 is the survey with the full legal memo. There's obviously different costs associated with each of them, everything from $22K to $37K.
Point
So-
of information.
Yep.
Does the option 3 include the pros and cons as well as the legal memo?
They're
Okay.
more or less
Yeah.
built into it, a longer version of that.
Perfect.
Okay, so any more questions? Okay, so poll, option 1, 2, or 3?
Rob,
None of them.
Kimberly Lee. Whoops. Let me, I'm confusing myself. Aaron,
2.
Isaac,
1.
what am I doing? Kim Gravel, actually, she left the room. She told me 2, but that was before you added 3, so we'll wait till she comes back. Michael.
3.
Sean. Oh, he's still not there, never mind. Lana,
3.
Larry,
3.
Bridget.
3.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 threes.
Yeah. So there's your direction. The Board of Directors wants you to send out the survey, then with a full legal memo.
Got it?
Okay, next source of direction?
I'm going to make your options simple for this one. So the Election Commission does not want to use their budget to do this, and I agree with them. We discussed the Board of Directors should do a budget mod and use their budget since it's a board-driven survey. However, I do have a special projects line in the legal budget. It could sustain this, and it's what we pay our outside counsel, what we pay our PR firms, et cetera, that budget. And there is room in that budget for fiscal year '25 to cover this. So if there's no objection, I just want
Are
to
there
pay for
any
it out of legal.
objections?
No objection, I'll pay for it out of legal.
Using the special legal fund and the legal department's budget, so you don't need to come back and approve something at the board meeting for this. They have the room within their budget to cover it. Any objection?
I am keeping a
That's what's
tally
paying
of
for
all
it.
the money you're spending out of my budget, though.
So that's what we'll do.
All right, is there any other direction we need? I think that will cover it. I appreciate you guys' time.
Okay, appreciate all the hard work on this. Appreciate you guys traveling here for this. Phil, drive safe home, okay?
Will do.
So let's take a 5-minute break, and then Lana needs some last-minute direction on some stuff, which will be closed, and then after that, we'll be done for the day. So 5-minute break first.